Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Mahoney motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 316, an act relating to transportation. Mahoney moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 316 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have way too many wires around here. We need to have this Capitol remodeled. Mr. Speaker, members, that's my motion, and I'd like to explain the bill.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker and members, House File 316 went over to the Senate in one form and came back in another. And I'll explain what what House File 316 does now, and then we'll take our vote. Section 1 of this particular 316 allows for a permit in the city of Freiberg for allows the city to go contract with a distribution center and allows them to put vehicles on the road. It changes the weight restriction. For a 6-axle vehicle, it changes the weight, allows up to 90,000 pounds, and on a 7-axle vehicle, it allows up to 97,000 pounds. And during harvest season, it allows up to a 99,000 pound for both axle sizes. This is allowed only in MN.IT District 4. There's a charge for permits, $300 and $500 depending on the vehicle weight. And this facility in Freiberg is a distribution center which will create an estimated 250 to 350 jobs, new jobs in this particular city. This proposal is supported by the League of Cities, the Association of Minnesota Counties, Becker County, and the City of Freiberg. Section 2 clarifies that the appropriation for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension for the criminal history system and criminal recording system and live scan machines mentioned in the Omnibus Public Safety and Judiciary Finance Bill are not one-time appropriations. And it also fixes details on, it addresses details in Senate File 671, which is the criminal history system and the criminal reporting system. And that's what it does, members. I'd appreciate your support. Stand for any questions.
Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, members, just would the authors please yield for a question?
He will. Representative Swedzinski.
Just where are some of the ag groups and some of those organizations, townships, counties, where are they at this bill?
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, actually I've not talked to any of the ag groups, but seeing how they always want heavier trucks at harvest time, I suspect they really like this.
Any others? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 316, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the author yield to a question or two?
He will. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had constituents who presently you're allowed more weight if you're hauling farm product, unprocessed farm product. And so they've got issues in that they're hauling grain, but they can't haul anything back, fertilizer, etc. Would these new limits make it up above what that restriction was so that you no longer would have a mixed rule on what you're hauling to the farmers? And, if you can try and clarify that. Thank you.
Representative Mahoney.
Representative Baum, I really can't clarify that for you. As I understand it, as the bill has been written, it allows during harvest time up to 99,000 pounds. I do not know, nor have I asked that particular question.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, do you repeal the section and replace it, or are you just editing, or are you adding a new section? Because part of the problem is it's very confusing. I have both farmers and agribusiness people and haulers that they get one answer when they talk one day, and then the next week they get a ticket because someone has a different answer or interpretation. And so, are you with this replacing and repealing, or are you just adding another piece of confusion to the pie?
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, I am not adding any confusion to the section of the state where you live, because this only deals with the MN.IT Section 4, which is the it's northern central Minnesota. It does not deal with Rochester, does not deal with Worthington or any other town, any other area outside of, so I get it correct, MN.IT District 4. And I am just adding, I'm not repealing anything.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that clarification. And I appreciate it. And hopefully, if this works out in that zone or area, we can look at it, clearing up issues in the rest of the state. Thank you.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I read this correctly, what this does, it doesn't really increase the weight limit of the axles. It allows for an extra axle, sometimes two, so you can go from 6 axles to 7 axles if you're hauling a particular overweight load, but you have to be permitted for that load. And it is just in the one district, and it's a good provision. I hope you vote for it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and is title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Atkins motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 854, an act relating to energy. Atkins moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 854 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 854 was sent over to the Senate as a hot dog, and it came back with ketchup and mustard and relish on it, but it's all complimentary to the bill. What you'll recall, this was a low-income conservation program. Percentages went over. It was either unanimous or had just a handful of opposition in the House. We sent it over to the Senate. Unfortunately, they sent it back, even though there are new provisions to this bill. They sent it back with provisions that have been heard, and in fact the House has a position on them. The first one is the so-called buy the farm provision, which has been promoted by a variety of folks who have transmission power lines coming through their property. And my understanding is that it went fully through the House process, House committee process. Either had 3 or 4, it was Representative Bly's bill going through 3 or 4 committee hearings, passed through all the committees, and then we also did it was a House position, I believe, in Chair Wagenius's conference committee report, So I don't feel too put out by having this provision, and it again has considerable support from the Farmers Union. The second, Representative Hortman points out to me, is simply a clarification because we had a reference to a situation involving greater than 40 kilowatts, and we meant to say 40 kilowatts or more. That literally is all the changes to the bill, and with that I'd be happy to stand for any questions or concerns that people may have. Otherwise, I just appreciate support for the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 854, is amended by the Senate.
Third reading, as amended by the Senate. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Atkins yield for a question?
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Representative Atkins, would you prefer to take questions on the provision involving farms there, or is there another member of the body you wish I should ask more specific questions about that?
Representative Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, well, Representative Mahoney got a chance to speak, and so did I, so I think Representative Huntley might be your first choice. On the Buy the Farm, Representative Bly was the author of that. Representative Hortman can also address questions with respect to that or with respect to the technical change regarding the 40 kilowatt issue. Or I can try as well.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bly yield for a question.
He will. Representative Bly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bly, as we're doing more wind in this state and we're needing more power lines going across the state, can you outline for us the concerns that you may have or may be aware of with regards to the fact that this is going to make it a little bit more difficult to site those power lines that are needed for renewable energy? Can you express for us some of the concerns that the opponents of this bill have laid out in committee?
Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker and Representative Garofalo. Actually, I don't recall there being many questions about those kinds of concerns as we heard the bill. However, the issues that I bring forward do not interfere with the progress of the power line. What we're trying to do with this bill is protect the rights of the property owners and make sure that if a farmer feels that his livelihood is being very threatened, that he has that option already in statute by the farm. What the bill does is actually try to create a process that is fair and help farmers feel it, be able to keep farming, but move their farm somewhere else.
Representative Garofalo.
Representative Bly yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bly, there's some litigation involving this section of law right now. Can you update the body on where that litigation is and what impact this may or may not have on it?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, and Representative Garofalo. This language was not brought forward to interfere with the court case. Let me say that first. In negotiations with the utilities, we heard their concerns about that, and we added language into the amendment that says that this bill does not, that it will not interfere at all with the court case. That court case is exempt from whatever happens with this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker and members, I do have concerns about this bill, and I understand there's a diversity of opinion about this within both caucuses. I'll be voting no on this bill, and just want to thank you once again offer our insights about the strange ways that our friends in the State Senate do business. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of the Buy the Farm portion of this legislation. This directly affects 4 or 5 farms in my district as the CapEx line travels up along Interstate 94 between, I believe, Monticello, eventually going to Fargo. And I don't know if this is a perfect fix for this problem of people that want to move away from the power line, but I think it makes an attempt and tries to put some timelines into the process which may help speed this up. Hearing a lot of frustration that an offer is made to buy out the farm, it's not acceptable, and then the case kind of sits there. So I support this legislation as a way to speed up the process and urge a green vote.
Further discussion. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I certainly appreciate this bill as well. This CapEx 2020 line comes through the district that Representative Bly and I share, and it's certainly of interest to our farmers in the area. And out of fairness, this is a good step in the right direction, and I look forward to continue working on it and would appreciate a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too rise in support of this bill. I've got farms in my district that are also struggling with this, and I agree with Representative Anderson. This isn't the do-all fix, but I definitely think it's in the right direction, and I think it'll bring some closure to some of those family farms out there that are struggling with this CapEx 2020 line. Vote green. Thank you, members.
Further discussion. Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Yeah, I rise in support of it also. I have several farm families where power lines running through. The original intent of the Buy the Farm bill was to allow for a fair settlement to the farmer within a reasonable period of time. There seems to be some legal loopholes in the original law passed, and this is an attempt to close those loopholes and hopefully bring about a more speedy and acceptable resolution. I've met with both sides of this issue, and I do think this legislation is a step in the right direction, and I'd urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative Bly.
Yes, I just wanted to make note that a couple of farmers who brought this to me, Dale and Julie Schwartz, are up in the audience, and they came here. They've been working very hard in support of it. I just wanted to point that out. And with that, I'll ask for a green vote. This is very important to the farmers who have seen their lives turned upside down by this power line coming across their property. And I hope that you can help them out.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
We're in the middle of a roll call. There being 114 ayes and 18 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to. Representative Swedzinski, for what purpose do you rise?
I just rise, if you guys have been reading the news today a little bit, there was quite a substantive storm, tornadoes, and other things down in Oklahoma. A lot of families being affected by that, and just would want to see if the body would like to stand and just have a moment of silence in memory of some of those folks that are being affected by that large natural disaster down south.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Call upon the Majority Leader, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Members, I want to take a moment to honor one of our long-term staff members. Our friend Steve Tigges from the front desk staff is retiring from the House this June. Steve has worked for the House since 1991 when he was hired as the House Communications Officer.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Murphy. Members, Steve is the guy that's responsible for maintaining our house voting machine, our PA system, our lights in the House chamber. Oh, did I mention that there are over 2,000 lights, buttons, and switches in the House chamber alone? Steve is the guy who changes and fixes all those lights. Steve has many other responsibilities around the House, and I yield to Representative Lilly.
Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that makes our dear friend Steve so valuable is that he can fix anything. Imagine all these chairs he's got to fix that we eat a lot and that we break down every day. Keeps our computers and the wires all operating, and with all our technology, we got power to run our iPads, iPhones, everything imaginable. And he fixes, keeps them all fresh and running. And Steve's the guy that you go to when you're late. You come flying through the door and you look to meet his eyes, and he checks you in. Not that that's ever happened to me, but with that I yield to Representative Zellers.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our friend Steve grew up in Wadena, Minnesota, and honorably served our nation in the U.S. Navy from 1968 to 1973 during the Vietnam War. Steve is a passionate deer hunter, if you'd ever talk to him about that. He shot many a bigger buck than we've ever seen, but a passionate deer hunter and a world-class trap shooter. Steve and his wife Shirley have 2 daughters and 2 grandchildren, that Steve loves to spend time with and is now going to spend a little bit more time with. My friend, as you leave here today, please know there's a duck slough just outside of Devil's Lake, North Dakota, with a full bag of mallards waiting for you. Thank you for your service. Members, please rise and give our valued employee the respect he deserves.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 590, an act relating to crime. Hilstrom moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 590 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
To the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is the criminal penalties for assaulting a transit operator that left the House here very bipartisanly. Members, we had just delineated 2 pieces in the first portion. We pretty much said that a person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor if, and then we added a letter and then a parens, and the Senate doesn't have it. They just kind of keep the sentence as it was, and we had expanded it to be all transit operations, and they have kept it as the Metropolitan Council. Members, at this point we need to concur so that we can get this done this year, and I commit to you that we'll continue to work on this issue next year and ask for your support.
Discussion on the motion to concur. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion to concur signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading.
3rd reading, House File 590 as amended by the Senate.
3rd reading. Discussion to the bill. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 130 ayes and 4 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Kahn motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1389, an act relating to state government. Kahn moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1389 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
To the author of the bill, the representative from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really simple bill relating to state government, a technical bill really for the Office of MN.IT Services, specifically describing some of the technical services. One of the amendments that the Senate put on was to also have the study have the Chief Information Officer look at the feasibility of the office entering into service level agreements with the House, the Senate, the State Lottery, and the State Radio Board. It's a simple bill, and I urge passage.
Discussion on the motion to concur. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kahn stand for questioning?
She will yield. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn, I'm looking at the bill itself, and I will note from lines 121 through 121.27 is the bulk of my confusion and or concern. On line 1.22 and continuing on to line 1.23, it says that the State Information Network is exempt from the 5- and 10-year limitation on contracts set by Section 16C.05. And my first question, Representative Kahn, is what types of contracts does this involve? What types of IT services does this touch upon, if she would yield, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Albright, it's essentially the kind of things that relate to equipment. That's the and specifically, the maintenance of specific equipments and so forth.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn, I have in front of me as well Minnesota Statute 16C.03, and I note with particular interest that MNSCU is also exempt from this, and I'm just wondering if this was taken up by any of the committees that this legislation passed through, if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Albright, MNSCU has also been a separate system in this, and what's of course interesting in the relationships is that the current commissioner now of MN.IT came from the MNSCU system, so there's a lot of inter-information between them.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Pulowski would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Albright.
Representative Pulowski, you and I had a conversation earlier about this. I'm wondering if you could relate for the body just how your take is on the exemption that Minsky affords himself under this section of the statute?
Representative Pawlowski.
Members, when Minsky was created, it became a separate entity, as Representative Kahn already alluded to. And I'm not going to get into the argument today about Minsky and its autonomy on this issue, but when we're looking at campuses that could handle their own technology and a system that wants to impose a one-size-fits-all technology, we're not just discussing differences in technology, but we're also discussing huge budgetary items. One of the things that you'll see us review as we move forward on oversight is how Minsky should actually be accountable, particularly with technology. This idea that you create an entity that fits all the campuses, whether it's a 2-year or a 4-year, and at great cost, when off the shelf and local would probably do just as well or even better, as one thing that we're going to be looking at over the interim and into the 2014 session.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Kahn yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Albright.
Representative Kahn, in that same section of the Section 24, it talks about that a review must detail any compliance or performance issues on the part of the contractor. And I'm wondering if you would elaborate in terms of who receives this review and to whom is it accountable, if she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, everything in 16E is MN.IT now, or the Office of Information Systems. One of the things we're going back to this whole thing is this is something that was a triumph of the last session's legislative session, which was the cooperation between myself and Representative Keith Downey, with Representative Keith Downey as the chief author, that combined all of the state information systems in the state from 38 separate silos into moving into one division, guaranteed to say, and I think on its way already to saving $50 million over the next 10 years. This is part of that process.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn, my next question goes to a citation under that section, or 16E.18, where you are including now the fact that we are going to have an infinite loop in terms of the contracts that this state will encumber itself to be obligated to. I'm just wondering what the rationale would be for signing such a lengthy contract when, as we know, technology, if you follow any of that, does transfer, does roll over, does compress itself and change literally on about a 16 to 18 month cycle. So I'm wondering, why would you want to lock the state into a contract that could go out as long as 10 years when we know that the pricing on these things can literally change overnight? If she would yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think you need to ask that of the commissioner at MN.IT. I think, you know, there's a highly knowledgeable group, and I do think they have upgrades written into their contracts, and I do think they have the ability to, that you're not contracting to have one computer like our computer for that amount of time. You're contracting for a service that probably is very flexible in its ability to change.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, if she would continue to yield.
She will yield. Representative Albright.
You mentioned in your explanation that you've now announced that this responsibility falls to the commissioner, when I understand that we have yet to name that position as commissioner. It's a chief information officer. I'm just wondering why we're making this position into a commissioner when it seems fairly easy to stay where we're at with the chief information officer.
Representative Kahn.
It was particularly when we did the consolidation, which brought, I think, new employees in the thousands into that department. It was the governor's belief that the duties of this office were now much more nearly attuned with being a commissioner than with something called a chief information officer.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One last question then, in terms of I also understand that there are some changes in terms of the Sunset Act that regard the OET. Representative Kahn, if she would yield to just a furtherance in terms of understanding how that affects this program.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that question. I don't.
Representative Albright.
For the Office of Electronic Technology, we're moving to remove the sunset, as I understand, or changes to the Sunset Act as it would relate to.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, that deals with the change of name because the name is changing.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if Representative Kahn would yield for one quick question.
She will yield. Representative Kresha.
Representative Kahn, I'm just wondering this position, how will it interact, or will it interact at all with the state broadband office that we set up?
Representative Kahn.
I wouldn't be surprised if the state or broadband network has a very serious co-reporting and interaction with it.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, just for clarification, will there be any sharing of information as far as learning from strategies? The broadband task force, or the broadband that we set up that we oversee in the state, I'm just assuming that they'll be able to share information with this officer or this commissioner so that we can have the best information out there and that the state can benefit from that sharing. Any thoughts on that?
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that will happen.
Representative Kresha. Further discussion on the motion to concur. On the motion to concur. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion to concur signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1389, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 77 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Dehn R motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1221, an act relating to commerce. Dehn R moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments and that amendments to House File 1221 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dehn.
Mr. Speaker and members, I recommend that we concur with House File 1221 as it's come back, and to use Representative Atkins' analogy, this bill went over as a hamburger and it came back as a double cheeseburger. It incorporates some of the provisions of House File 647. Article 1 actually renames the Insurance Fraud Division as the Commerce Fraud Bureau and makes conforming changes. Section 2 adds language that clarifies the insurance fraud subpoena powers. Section 3 and 4 makes some continuing education revisions. 25 through 33 makes some real estate appraisal conformity to comply with federal law. Section 36 requires state agencies and regulated utilities to accept electronic service of documents filed before the Public Utilities Commission. Section 35 allows insurance Fraud Division to access the comprehensive incident-based reporting system known as CYBERS. And Section 39 repeals some obsolete agricultural storage tank removal language. And I would ask that you all support to concur.
Discussion on the motion to concur. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dehn yield?
He will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand, Representative Dehn, there are some fee increases in the bill. Could you tell me what those are?
Representative Dehn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Erdahl, I believe that you're referencing I'm trying to recall it, but the $20 fee that was in the original House File 1221 that went over to the Senate, that actually was a fee that was referenced two different areas of the statute. One reference was at $10, one reference was at $20, and that fee is actually the $20 fee that has been being charged by over the probably past 8 to 10 years, if not more.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dehn, you know, I guess I feel good you're telling me that it went over as a hamburger and came back as a double cheeseburger. I have a certain affinity for that. You know, when I actually see I voted against this bill before. So you're assuring me it's a better bill now, Representative Dehn? Will yield?
He will yield. Representative Dehn.
It's a better bill in that it incorporates some other language that the Commerce Department as well as the insurance industry wanted added to this. Correct.
Thank you,
Representative Erdahl.
Mr. Speaker. Well, now that I look at this a little more carefully and get a little more understanding of it, I realize this is quite similar to a bill that I brought forward several years ago. And darn if I couldn't get it through a DFL legislature. But I understand now that there must be a whole different opinion of this bill with this DFL legislature. I'm glad that the scales have dropped off their eyes and a piece of legislation is moving that couldn't move before. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to concur. On the motion to concur. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion to concur signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 1221 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Further discussion. Further discussion. Representative Anderson.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to encourage a green vote for this bill. It's good to see the Agricultural Cooperative Health Plan. It's been worked on for a long time. There were some conditions that it didn't get going right away, but this is a good thing for farmers and such trying to get into a group health plan. So thanks for the bill, and I support this bill. And the Country 40 or the North 40 health plan is a good deal for agriculture. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that I've had some people contact me from Northwest Minnesota throughout the cooperative network, and this is a good bill for them. I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dehn, could you review again that provision? I do remember it. I haven't found it in here, but I do remember it from the first time it went through. I wanted to talk about it, but we were really done and had voted by the time I got to that point. But it was a fee, and at one place in statute it was $10 and one it was $20. And did you say that was removed from the bill, or is it still in?
Representative Dehn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Drazkowski, that is still in. It's as that $20 fee, which is the fee that the department has been charging for, I don't know if it's past 10 or 15 years, but it's a correction of that statute and calls now only as a $20 fee and not a $10 fee and a $20 fee.
Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dehn, I do remember that, and I actually had gone, and I don't have it in front of me now, but I did go and look at the history on there. There were two conflicting sections within the same chapter. I do remember it, and one was $10 and the other was $20. And if you will look at the history, I don't know if you've done that, but I did that day, and the $10 fee was actually the most recent of the two conflicting statutes, and the $10 fee was the one that was more specific. The other one, the $20 fee, was a general or much broader statement in its description. And I understand, as I talk to people around here that know more than I do, that have been here a long time, some of the researchers, that in those cases where you have a specific fee versus a general fee, the specific one is the one that is to be followed. Now, with the $10 fee being more specific and being the most recent one enacted into statute, it became obvious to me as I looked at those and compared and contrasted that reality that the department was not following the spirit of what the legislature had intended. And I don't know what we do, Representative Dehn, at this point, but it's problematic again when we have the government coming forward and asking us to basically enact into law what their behavior has been, even when it is in the face of what is written and intended in the law. So I don't know, Representative Dehn, if you'd like to yield to that reality, if he would, Mr. Speaker, if he has any comments on that, I'd appreciate it.
He will yield. Representative Dehn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Driscowski, this was a department bill. They are trying to correct what has been their actual practice, and that's why I believe that, I'm not trying to circumvent anything that you've talking about, something more specific or something that's been more general. Rather, it's what there's been their practice, and there was agreement with going with the $20 fee with the industry as well.
Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dehn. No, I wasn't accusing you of anything. I am talking about the department and the government, and their behavior over time has been one that charged the higher fee when the legislature and the law intended that they charge the lower one. And now they come to a legislator, any legislator, happens to be you, carrying their department bill, and I think this needs to be instructive for all of us. We've had a large number of bills carried by legislators this session, enacted into law, which are basically agency bills, and they come forward and they're trying to and have been very successful in basically convincing this legislature to enact what they write up into law as what those procedures should be in that department in the future. Now, in this case, they were acting in opposition to what was intended in the law. They saw that and noticed it when they were going through it, noticed there was $20 over here in statute and $10 over here. Well, we've been doing 20, so we'll make this one 20, and that's what the bill does. But what type of discussion or what type of accountability is there to the department if we do that, and we do that with each department and each bill we bring through? I guess we don't have any answers, Mr. Speaker, just sharing a general frustration, and I hope the members take note. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Fabian yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fabian, when we're talking about some of the changes that have been made here, I voted no on this bill as it left the House, and then the agricultural co-op provision was included in that. Could you enlighten me on that and fill in some of my missing knowledge on that, please?
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hoppe, the primary objective of this bill is to allow for some of our rural cooperatives to form provide an opportunity for going together to get some health insurance throughout our Minnesota's agricultural community. I've met with our local co-op up there, our Northern Resources Co-op, which is a co-op that sells fuel, fertilizer, farm chemicals, and those sorts of things. I have had a number of discussions with them. This provides them with another tool. This is something that they support, puts another tool in their drawer to be able to make the best use of their resources and to allow for some of their members to take advantage of some of those resources. Thank you.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Fabian. Members, I think this is a good provision for our rural members, and I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 115 ayes and 18 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose do you rise, Representative Garofalo?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move a recess to the call of the chair.
Representative Garofalo moves a recess to the call of the chair.
Mr. Speaker, roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Representative Garofalo withdraws his motion.
Mr. Speaker? What? Mr. Speaker? This is a point of personal.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to a point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This morning, a young man named Zach Sobiak, a senior at Stillwater High School, passed away at the age of 18 from bone cancer. Zach inspired millions with his positive attitude. After being diagnosed at age 14 from a very rare form of cancer, Zach found peace through his music. Zach wrote a song called Clouds, which went viral on YouTube and has been viewed by over 3 million people. He was a real inspiration to people around my area and around the world, and he was loved by many. If you aren't familiar with his song, I would encourage you to YouTube. It is very encouraging. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a moment of silence to remember Zach and his family at this time.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence.
Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate File 1656, an act relating to disaster assistance.
First reading of Senate bills.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1656, an act relating to disaster assistance. Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, Schomacker moves that the rule therein be suspended and urgency be declared, that the rules of the House be so far suspended, and that Senate File 1656 be given its second and third reading and be placed upon its final pad.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Second reading of Senate bills.
Second reading, Senate File 1656.
Second reading. Representative Schomacker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate File number 1656 is the disaster relief for southern Minnesota. Between the dates of April 9th and April 11th, as you might have remembered from the news, there was an ice storm. What happened was that there was about 24 hours of rain, followed by about 6 inches of snow, and then high winds that came through and caused quite a bit of problems for the southern part of the state. The counties of Rock, Nobles, Murray, Cottonwood, and Jackson counties were all affected, and the ice basically took down tens of thousands of trees and tens of thousands of power lines. The estimate for the total damage is about $26 million. $6 million of that was public, with what their charges were for the cleanup of the trees and for the co-ops and the power lines and the electric poles that were destroyed in there. And so the President has offered a declaration of emergency for a disaster area for that region for about $6 million, and FEMA will cover 3/4 of that. The $1.5 million allocation here covers the other quarter of that, as has been tradition in the state. And so I would ask for adoption and the amendments too that are going to be coming forward from that.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schomacker moving to amend Senate File 1656. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 186.
Representative Schomacker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is changing the date. When the Senate took the file up, they had the date wrong. They were taking the funds out of the general fund for 2013. There are no funds left for 2013. This allows for the 2014, which is the way it passed out of the Ways and Means Committee last week, and allows for those funds to be available at this time.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hamilton and others moving to amend Senate File 1656. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Yes, what this will do is this will help out with some of the non-eligible expenses as it relates to some of the FEMA dollars. And I do have an oral amendment.
State your oral amendment.
On lines 1.4, the $500,000, I'd like to strike that and put in $250,000, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Hamilton is modifying his amendment as follows. On page 1, line 4, delete $500,000 and insert $250,000.
We'll take that as a modification. Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1656 as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is passed. As amended, its title agreed to. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for today for Monday, May 20th, 2013. House File Numbers 972, 1840, and 1832, Senate File Number 629, and House File Number 1070.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1070. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1070 on the calendar for today, an act relating to capital improvements. The second engrossment.
Representative Ward, there's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Ward J.E. moving to amend House File 1070 as follows. The amendment is coded 744.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is just an amendment to put the bill in the form of how we want it, and then we will talk about what's in the bill after the amendment is passed.
Any discussion of the amendment? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bonding bill that we're going to be dealing with over the next little bit of time. And members, what the bonding bill consists of, it's GO bonds of $154 million and user finance of $22 million. And let me just talk a little bit about why at this time it's good to do a bonding bill, members. And we've heard a little bit of talk about that before from Representative Hausman. And so some of the same things that Representative Hausman has indicated in the past, Representative Haus talked about last year, I'm going to talk about right now just real quickly. And members, for every $1 billion spent in bonding, Associated General Contractors of America estimates that 28,500 jobs are created. Using this formula, and 800, that's for every $1 billion in spending, 28,500 jobs are created. So this is a bill that will create some jobs in the state of Minnesota. Next, members, this stretches taxpayer dollars. It's a record time when interest rates are low. Materials are coming in competitive. Labor bids are coming in competitive. The last time we had a bond sale, it had a historically low rate of 2.06%. So, members, this is a time when we can use our dollars, our state dollars, and get much more for them. And then lastly, members, we will get thousands and thousands of construction workers off the bench, and they were hit hard in this recession. And will create jobs and get people back to work in a permanent situation. So, members, let's talk about what is in the bill at this point. I want to start with the capital restoration, members, and this is Representative Erdahl and Representative Loeffler and a number of people that have worked hard on this project. And to do the next phase of that, we have $109 million of general bonds for that project. And with construction prices forecast to rise 3 to 4% per year, and the building's deterioration progressing, delay would run up the ultimate price tag. It has been estimated, members, that as we delay this project, this capital restoration project, it could cost an additional $24 million if we delay into next year, actually. Members, this capital is a 108-year-old building that's an iconic gem for the state of Minnesota. But it is at its tipping point, members. It is at its tipping point, and unfortunately we saw some of that this week. When we had the heavy rains, we saw a tunnel flood in this capital within this week. So it's critically important that we take care of the next phase of the capital restoration project, and that's $109 million. We have flood mitigation of $20 million in this capital bonding bill project. And I'm just going to read off some of the areas that we have flood mitigation and the amount that goes into each area. We have Ada with $4 million, and that completes that project. We have Afton at $875,000. We have Alvarado of $300,000, which completes that project. We have Austin, $455,000. We have Climax of $1.3 million, which completes that project. We have Crookston of $225,000, which completes that project. We have Delano, $600,000, which completes that project and acquisition, completes a levy and acquisition for that project. We have Granite Falls, $500,000, which completes that project. We have Invergrove Heights, $200,000. We have Melrose, $300,000, which completes that project. We have Moorhead, $5.7 million. We have Newport, $100,000. We have Oakport Township, $250,000. We have Oslo, $2 million, which completes that project. And then we have some watershed districts that will also receive some flood mitigation. North Ottawa, $825,000. Redpath, which is $700,000. Branrup, which is $100,000. Western, another $100,000. Roseau, $170,000. And then to end the flood mitigation is Quick, watershed district of $200,000. Members, the next project in this bonding bill is the Minneapolis Veterans Nursing Home for $18,935,000. Members, that completes phase 2 of the Minneapolis Veterans Nursing Home, and this amount, almost $19 million. This amount is 35% of the state's share. We hope to get the other 65% of the federal match to meet that request, bringing it to around $52 to $54 million, so that that project can be completed, the Minneapolis Veterans Nursing Home. And we know, members, that our veterans do so much for us that we need to make sure that we do as much as we can for them. And we know in the state of Minnesota, we have, I think, around 874 veterans on a homeless shelter list that don't have a place to stay in the evening, and growing, members. So to get the Minneapolis home done, and then also look in the future where we can also make sure that we take care of other veterans' needs in the future. Representative Newton is going to be working on a committee with that in the future. This is a critical project to take care of. And then, members, the next project in this bonding bill is the PFA. And members, that's $8 million. And that $8 million leverages $40 million from the federal government. And members, we will lose that $40 million if we do not leverage this $8 million. So it's critical. It's critical, and on the list, the PFA list, we'll be taking care of some of the projects that need that attention. There's a cancellation project in this bill. It's an Alexandria surveillance project, and that was recommended cancellation by MN.IT. We have a bond sale expense of, I don't know if I remember if I told you that the cancellation is $2 million, worth $2 million for canceling that Alexandria project. Then we have a bond sale expense of $180 million. The total GO expense is bonding list is $154,115,000. Then, members, to round this out, there's a capital parking project. We're losing 675 parking spaces from the Sears building. So, members, in order to address that, which would be to build some ramps adjacent behind the MN.IT and the judicial building, that project would be will be $22,680,000, bringing the total bonding bill to $176,795,000. We have some extensions. We're authorizing some extensions in this bill as well. And I'll tell you what those are, and then we can have members speak to them if we need to. We're going to extend the Fergus Falls project down at the Region Treatment Center down there. We're going to authorize the extension for the Old Cedar Bridge. And then the last extension we're going to do is the Granary Road extension, which is a bioscience development. So those are the extensions in this bill as well, members. It is a bonding bill that takes care of the urgent needs of the state while providing some jobs, taking care of some of the infrastructure, taking care of some of the needs that we have in the state of Minnesota. And again, members, it's $176,795,000 bonding bill. That's what's in the bill, members. We'll be happy to stand for any questions if you have any. Otherwise, we can just get right to the vote. Thank you, members.
No, we're not going to do that. That's done. Yeah. So we're not going to. They don't need it. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1070 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 2 years ago, we began this project. It must continue. Our beautiful capital can finally get the long-term commitment that it deserves. For years, its needs were shoved aside by politics, misplaced priorities, and tight budgets. Tonight, we rise above all that to do something right for the people's house. This building has no lobbyist to shill for it. It has us, and we must not let it down. Our capital is the symbol of Minnesota. Let it stand solid and strong to serve future generations of Minnesotans long into the future. Please vote green.
Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had a couple of questions. I'm quickly trying to go through the bill, the delete all amendment, basically. And I was hoping, Representative Ward, if you could help me out here a little bit. I'm looking on page 3, and I'm looking under line 3.7, and I can't remember if that's traditional language or not, where it says that if a project exceeds 2% of the median household income in a municipality or township, that basically they don't have to do their local share. And I can't remember if that's traditional language that we've had in place or how that works.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Anderson. Yes, that is traditional language, yes.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Ward, if you would yield to one other question here.
He will. Representative Anderson.
Representative Ward, I'm looking on page 5 of the bill, and it's talking about tenant approval. This is related to the capital restoration. And it's talking about that we have to get tenant approval for the changes that are made when they get moved out of their offices and so forth. And my only concern with this is, does this delay the project? Are there timelines that are put in place that require them to make decisions? What do we have to make sure that there isn't a holdout that is causing problems for construction and adding costs to the project itself?
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Anderson. And admin did the language so that we wouldn't have a delay on the project, Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's good to know. I just don't want to see a situation where folks are just holding up in their offices and not helping to facilitate the speedy reconstruction of the Capitol. So thank you.
Representative Hertas.
No, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Ward would just yield for a quick question.
Yes, Representative Hertas.
Representative Ward, I just want to make sure that the bonding with regard to the flood mitigation, that those are Phase 2, Phase 3 type plans that are already designed and shovel ready and ready to go.
Representative Ward.
Representative Hurd, this list is from the DNR already approved. Job ready.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Ward yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Ward, I know we want to move quick because we're getting through the end of session, so I'm not going to do a long question here, and I suspect you may not know the answer to this because typically it would be Representative Hausman presenting this bill today. For some reason, she's not presenting the bill today. But I think it's a fine bill. I've been a supporter of the Capitol. I absolutely agree with you. We cannot afford to lose this facility. This is a Minnesota gem. What concerns me is what's not in this bill. I got up on this floor a few hours ago, and I spoke briefly, but I thought very pointedly to the fact that the state of Minnesota has a state asset in the form of a K-12 building that, unless this legislature acts within the next 2.5 hours, unless we act, that state asset that was built to educate kids in the East Metro area in an integrated setting is going to get mothballed. A state asset of building a school building that's going to get mothballed. We have buildings, school buildings all across the state that are suffering from physical debilitation. We have school districts that are in 4-day weeks. You know this, Representative Ward. You and I have served on education together. I know you care deeply about public education. But yet, against that context, this bonding bill is going to allow a state asset built not through one, not through two, but through 3 actions of a capital investment bill in this legislature. And so it should be in the capital investment bill. You may not know the answer, but I'm just asking, why that provision? A creative solution for us, because the will is clearly in this body. Why isn't there a solution to protect the state asset and not send a message to the state of Minnesota, to the people of Minnesota, that it's okay for us to mothball brand new, state-of-the-art schools built by taxpayer dollars from all across the state?
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Mariani, thank you for the question, and more importantly, thank you for what you and the rest of all of us have done for education in this body. And Representative Mariani, you know, I agree with you. And as we try to move forward tonight to finish out the session, in a session where we came together to try to do good things for the citizens of the state of Minnesota and for the state of Minnesota itself, there's a lot of things in this bill that people are missing from every corner of the state, from all different kinds of projects, from wastewater to other veterans to roads and bridges to higher ed to a lot of different facilities, Representative Mariani. And the problem becomes when it gets down to the end of the session and you're still in the negotiations process and you're still trying to get something done. You're still trying to do something good for the citizens in the state of Minnesota and for the state of Minnesota, that you do lose some stuff because it's a negotiations process. And many of us in here have been through the negotiations process of give and take and compromise. And while my heart aches for that facility, and you are correct, it's something that is terrible to lose. It's terrible to lose. This is what we could come up with as a bonding bill that we could get passed and get things done with what we have in front of us, about $177 million of projects.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Ward, you and I have served together for a number of years. You are a terrific legislature. You've been asked to pinch hit here in the last hours of this session, and you're doing a terrific job. You have a good bill here. The issue here, members, isn't whether or not there's stuff missing that many of us carried. I had some really great projects too. There's a principle at stake here, members, and the principle is that this body had been asked to cast votes to spend taxpayer dollars from all over the state in order to build these 2 facilities. And they're not just like regular facilities, these are educational facilities. And it breaks my heart that we don't have the courage, the vision, and quite frankly, the chutzpah to just stand up to the Senate, who obviously doesn't want to fix this issue, to do what's right for the people of Minnesota. It's going to be a terrible picture, members, in the coming months a terrible photo of a state-of-the-art elementary school shut down because of our lack of vision and courage. It breaks my heart.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to add just one thing to all of the things that Representative Mariani has said. I understand that there is broad bipartisan support for this in this House. Preserving these buildings, the elementary and the middle school, would cost us nothing. We have state organizations, schools, who are willing to take over the programming and continue the vision, and it would not cost us anything. So there would be no additional dollars to this bill, to this bonding bill. We have organizations that would fulfill the vision with no additional dollars from us. We might have the courage to do it, but we don't have the partner that would allow us to do it.
Seeing no, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been quickly looking through it. I just had three more questions for Representative Ward, if you don't mind.
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Ward, I'm looking on page 15, and it looks like here what we're doing is it looks like it's an old bonding allocation, and we're allowing them to use the money for something different. It looks like now the money will be able to be used for bicycle commuters and recreational users on the Cedar Avenue Bridge. Can you give me a little more detail about what that project's about and so forth, if you can help me out there?
Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, did you say three questions? Three more? Thank you, Representative Anderson. And I will be frank and honest with you. This is Representative Lincheski's project. This is one that we're doing an extension on, and I do not know a lot about the project. I see Representative Lincheski working towards her desk. So, Representative Anderson, if you would please ask Representative Lincheski to yield. I think she would probably do that to explain the project more in detail to you.
Representative Lincheski will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lincheski, I'm just looking on page 14 and 15 of the bill, and it looks like, I can't remember what year it is, but in years past we gave about, well, it's $35 million to the Metro Regional Parks for capital improvements, and one of them had a $300,000 grant to the City of Bloomington for environmental analysis, and it looks like it's a construction of a multimodal trail. But we struck that language now, and we're looking to change it so that it's for bicycle commuters and recreational users. Can you give me a little more detail on what this project is about, why the money hasn't been spent up to this point, and what the situation is?
Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson. Thank you. It's actually in three places in here, and all of them are extensions. And I should take this moment to thank Representative Hausman for all she has done for me. And before her, Representative Osment was the first person, the first chair who helped me work on this project, and Governor Plenty was the third. So those three people have helped me try to get this bridge done in my community. The money has not been spent because we've had to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Minnesota, we have a wildlife refuge there, the Corps of Engineers, the City of Bloomington, the Met Council. It crosses 2 counties and 2 cities, so there's been a lot of work, and the historic preservationists. So much to my chagrin, I thought this project would be done when Governor Plenty signed the last piece, but in fact it is still not, and these are extending the monies that previous legislatures passed. We now believe we're going to finish it this year.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lincheski. I think it's still on this project, though, Representative Ward. It extends it out to 2017. And if I remember correctly, I think that we typically, on bond projects, only extend them for 6 years, and then they basically go to the bottom line for bond allocations. And I can't remember the exact number on bonding, on how that works, but for some reason I have it stuck in my head that projects go for 6 years, and then they basically have to be renewed by the legislature, otherwise they go to the bottom line. And I see here on this project we're going to 2017. Does that follow along with what we typically do? Can you help me out there?
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson. These projects go on a cancellation list after 4 years. I got to use my other hand. 4 years, and so that's very common for that to happen, and so that's the reason for this.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just two more questions, Representative Ward. I'm looking on page 17 of the bill, starting with line 17.1. And this is, again, it's another change up in how the money is going to be spent, and I have no idea what this project is. It says that it's part of the system-wide redevelopment, reuse, and demolition, and it says it's going to be, this time it's going to be used for hazardous, abatement of hazardous materials, construction, sanitary and storm sewer. What all is this? Where does this go? What community are we talking about for this?
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Representative Anderson, thank you. This is for the Fergus Falls Region Treatment Center, Representative Nornis. So, Representative Anderson, would you ask Representative Nornis to yield and ask him that same question, please, if you would like?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Representative Nornis has talked to me about this project before, so I just didn't know what community it belonged to. So, last question that I have for Representative Ward is on page 21. And this is the enterprise technology portion. And again, it changes it somewhat. I don't know if this is just a technical change in the language or what are we doing on that piece. And that's it for my questions.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. Representative Ward. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson. Representative Anderson, I believe this is to create space when we do the capital restoration project. It was actually first happened back in a special session, and the purpose is to create space so that we can restore the capital. And if you would like, Representative Verdell can expand on that, but otherwise we can move on.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Quanto che è?
Without objection, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
Messages from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in an adopted report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1589, an act relating to the operation of state government finance. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. The report's addressed to the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate, the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House of Representatives. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File 1589 report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 5 conferees on the part of the Senate and all 5 conferees on the part of the House. Murphy M. moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1589 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Omnibus State Government Finance and Veterans Affairs Conference Committee report. Before I start the explanation, I would like to thank the House conferees, Representative Newton, Nelson, Simon, Representative Purcell. But I'd also like to thank the members of the committee that brought us this far. Nonpartisan staff, Helen Roberts, Mark Shepard, Jim Cleary, and our page, Ryan Nash. They were on call all the time and responded completely with Minnesota House of Representatives excellence. Caucus staff, Bryn House, Joe Marble, Lily Melander, and Nancy Conley were invaluable to the committee. Thank you so much. Your service was very appreciated. The conference committee met 7 times and had good discussion right along the way. The goals that we started with in January are contained in this bill, in this report. Our first goal was to make decisions that would provide jobs for Minnesotans and provide an atmosphere for new jobs in every part of the state. Jobs, the Minnesota public employee jobs that will be enhanced by this bill, will provide more services and better services to Minnesotans through the policies that were developed and contained in this report and our bill. These goals will strengthen communities across the state. One of the other goals was to secure as much federal dollars as possible. And we are going to do that in this bill. Cooperation was another goal that we were looking for. And we attained it certainly in the conference committee between the House and Senate conferees. But cities and towns and state agencies especially are going to also benefit from the decisions that we made in cooperation. And they will go forth and make cooperation bases for good decisions in their departments. We hope that the decisions that we made help to make Minnesota a leader again and make Minnesotans, the people of Minnesotans, a partner with state government. The bill before us will lead to smarter, more efficient, and accountable government based on strategic plans developed by agencies. We will respond to changing times and provide the services the customers need and a functional government for all Minnesota citizens. We strongly support and will meet our obligations to our current military. Their efforts of the active members in the Minnesota military, as well as the retired veterans. And 400,000 veterans and their families have made sacrifices for our country, and they now reside in our state, as well as many that are currently serving all over the world in active forces. Our service military are well represented by the excellent decisions that were made on their behalf by our committee and this report. The languages in the final bill, or in the final report, that was in the House bill, but not the Senate, was the LCC housekeeping provisions, the legislative auditor provisions, the state auditor enterprise fund, the AMPERS provisions, and the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee provisions of evidence of rehabilitation, contract preference, and reciprocity exam. The language that's in this report that was in the Senate bill, but not the House, was the provisions from the Department of Administration, the OET or minute $2 fee for technology projects and advisory council, which was an agency governor initiative. And the third was the Tier 1 and Tier 2 increases for constitutional officers and increased pay ranges for agency heads that were recommended by the Compensation Council, that was very well discussed in the Senate, but pretty unknown to us in the House until several meetings of the Conference Committee. The language in the bill, in the House bill, that is not in the final report are the language for continuing appropriations if there's would ever happen to be a shutdown in the future, the federal contingency planning language, and the legislature contributions to the CGIP premiums and the dependent refunds. We were unsuccessful with those, even though we discussed them thoroughly. And Representative McNamara, on one of our offers, we had $1.9 million for that. When we had a vote in the committee for it, the House members voted yes, The Senate members refused to vote yes. They voted no. The language there were some technical changes, but in the language, some of the technical changes took place in the Senate languages and some in the House language. But we're very comfortable that the language reflects the policies that were made in the House and the Senate. Mr. Chair, members, the conferees, Representative Nelson, Representative Simon, Representative Purcell, and Representative Newton are ready to answer any questions about any of the information contained within the report. That concludes my introduction.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill isn't any better than when it went out. In fact, a number of things. If you didn't vote for it because you didn't like the fact they took out the Sunset Commission, or the fact that there's a new slush fund for the auditor, it didn't come back any better. In fact, the good part of this bill is, of course, is the things that we are doing for our veterans. And I'm going to let Representative Detmer talk about those pieces. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do just an omnibus veterans bill, so it's combined in here, and it's combined with a number of things that I think if you didn't vote for it on the way out, it's not going to make it any more attractive. And I'm going to cover these really quickly. But I want to draw your attention to Article 6, which is on page 59. Having been a member of the Compensation Council, I would be the first to say that I didn't vote for the recommendations. But before I get into the details of the things that were added in the Senate that came back, there is a provision. It is Section 11 on page 65. It talks about it starts, believe it or not, on the bottom, it's just the heading for compensation study. And I guess this is where I have some real major concerns. The Compensation Council did have a lot of discussion regarding pay ranges for our executives in the agencies and the need to be competitive. In fact, that they are compressed now because of the restrictions regarding the most senior, the commissioners, in most cases, in all cases, in fact, can't be more than 90% of what the governor makes. But in our discussions with the realization that we were going to need to do something eventually, the idea of doing a study, and that's what's on page 66, the bulk of it, and it talks about hiring an independent consultant to conduct a comprehensive market analysis of compensation for managerial positions in the executive branch in order to better align compensation for these positions. But unfortunately in the bill, what we've done is we've jumped out and begun some of that adjustment without any study. So I want to draw your attention to what we've done. Again, Group 1, the commissioners that were included in Group 1 had been confined to 90% of the governor's salary. Well, it now will be 133% of the governor's salary. And eventually I'll get to the constitutional officers that had already been previously talked about. They're going to get raises of a 3% raise in 2015 and a 3% raise in 2016. But prior to that time, actually retroactive to January 1st of 2013, the executives or the commissioners in those agencies, and if you turn to page 60 and 61, you'll see all the ones that are listed there. I'm not going to read them off. But Group 1 salary limits will change so that they will be 133% of the governor's. The governor's current salary is just over $120,000. If you do the math on that, folks, the highest part of the salary range will move to 90% of the 120 to $159,600. 159.6. Now, most of these folks are only making 108 now. There is a process for those who are in those positions to be moved up in the salary range. I have no indication that they're going to move directly to, but so that you know, the people in the commissioner spots and the rest of them that are listed in that will have a new salary range that will be that much greater. Now, what's important to know that when we negotiate contracts, the people underneath the top executive in those agencies have been artificially compressed to less than 120%, or less than 90% of the 120. So they would have had to fall underneath the 108 in most cases. There's some exceptions. We're now going to decompress that salary range so that you're fully aware of the fact that when this study's done, we're going to see an appreciable increase in the salaries for these positions. So you'll notice there's about 20 listed. That's how much that will grow, members. Also on page 61, we'll see Group 2 salary limits, and those will be 120% of the governor's salary as a new limit. Again, the total accumulation of 20, 30 jobs, moving up even 50,000 apiece doesn't have the impact potentially if on the bottom line until you begin to realize the whole salary range for all the executives underneath and the middle managers will grow commensurate to that, so that we're aware of that. The other part of the change that has me particularly troubled is, members, the Compensation Council in the past has been made up of members that were selected. There's a process for it. In fact, you can see the original legislation in the bill here, where there were members of the House and the Senate that were part of the Compensation Council. Well, some may say, well, that's the reason potentially why, because of the political nature of us raising our own salaries, that we haven't seen any salary increases for 15 years. But the fact is, we were at least part of the process. We were part of the process of determining how much each one of us will get paid in the House and the Senate. Well, the new language eliminates any representation from the House or the Senate. On 63.22, rather than members of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker of the House, it now says who are not members of the legislature. So there'll be two people that are selected, but they will no longer be part of this body. And the same goes for the members in the Senate. So, members, Article 6 has a lot of new changes that will come to impact the budget. I would respectfully disagree when the chairman got up to speak. She talked about the number of new jobs. Well, there are a lot of new jobs in this bill, members, but there are a lot of government jobs. And what we're doing here is expanding the range of pay significantly. We're not going to see it fall on the bottom line in this biennial budget, but as negotiations start for future contracts, we're going to see significant increases. If everything else was neutral in that, this would be one reason for me not to vote for this bill. We didn't have the patience that we needed to wait until the compensation study was done to see exactly what it takes to be competitive in the marketplace. We've made a huge leap without any study to validate. Thank you, members.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to just thank Chair Murphy for running our committees over the length of the session, and also different members of the committee from our side of the aisle, Representative Benson, Representative Howe, Representative Kresha, Representative Leidiger, Representative O'Driscoll, and Representative Wills for their input in the important the important pieces of legislation that we discussed and debated in the committee, and also the GOP researcher, Mr. Joe Marble. Timeless amount of time that he put in bringing us the information that we needed. But I also need to admit that I am disappointed in the bill. I can remember during the committee, in fact, right away in the beginning of the session, one of our first meetings in the committee, Chair Murphy turned to me and said, Representative Detmer, what do you think about having a separate omnibus bill just for military affairs and military affairs? And that lightened up my heart, thinking that we could put together an omnibus bill just with military and Veterans Affairs legislation. I would hope in the future that that's what this body will do, is take all of our military affairs and Veterans Affairs and put in a separate omnibus bill. I did take her challenge and I did put together a bill. I did meet with the governor, and the governor thought it was a good idea, but then he turned to me and says, well, do you think you can get it through the legislature? And obviously we didn't. This bill does have some excellent things for our veterans and military affairs. If you go to page 16, line 22, talks about the Military Assistance Council, MACV, who does outstanding work for our homeless veterans. $750,000 per year. Line 8 on page 17, the IT upgrades for our Department of Veterans Affairs, the IT system, receive funding. Line 15, Veteran Cemetery in Fillmore County, $425 in 2015. Also on line 20, we talk about the Honor Guard, those men and women who serve in our VFWs and American Legions receive funding for each year. Line 25, the Minnesota GI Bill, another $200,000 per year, included on the job training programs and apprenticeships. Line 32, the Gold Star program, received $100,000 per year. I've attended several Gold Star programs and spent a lot of time with these families who have lost loved ones serving in our military, especially during Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. On page 18, line 3, County Veteran Service Officers funding. These men and women who serve in our counties do a lot of work, spend a lot of time with our veterans, helping them get the benefits that they deserve. And line 25, the IT upgrades at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Those are some important things that needed to be done. So Chair Murphy, some excellent things for our veterans. I only wish that we could have had a separate bill so that would be a nonpartisan bill. Because when men and women serve our country, they are nonpartisan. When they are in uniform, they are nonpartisan. I think as a legislature, we should also be nonpartisan when it comes how we put together legislation for our veterans. Total spending for our veterans went up about 7%. Then you look on Article 4, page 42. There's several policy provisions there, and again, some good things for our veterans. So, members of the House of Representatives, if we could have taken Section 34, 35, and Article 4 and put that all in one omnibus bill for our veterans, we would be doing the best service to our veterans. And with that, I would close. Again, I wish we could be voting separately on these issues, but we can't. And regrettably, I won't be able to vote green on this omnibus bill. Thank you.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to talk about a couple of items in the bill, starting with Minnesota Public Radio. Actually, we've discussed that one enough. I'm not happy with this bill. It's $32 million more than what the baseline is, and it continues on with the trend of getting more money in these conference committees than what either one of the houses went into it with asking for. I don't understand how that happens, but the House version was about 6,000 less, and the Senate was about, 6 million. The Senate was about 3 million less, and the next thing you know, it's given another $13 million. It's like it's as though we have somehow a mechanism that reaches out into the private sector, opens wallets, comes back, and just plunks it into these departments, into these programs, without even us asking for it. So it's again and again and again, and here we are again in this state government finance bill, and it's happened. So just it's a 3.6% increase in spending overall, unnecessarily. All the minority councils had increases of $200,000 each, and they never requested it. This is not being requested at all. We have redundancy going on. The bill has the pay raises not requested for the constitutional officers, the commissioners. They're going to be making more than the governor. That's new. And I'm going to have one question for you, Representative Murphy, and that would be, if you would yield, please, and that would be on Representative Murphy, if she just yield for one question.
She will yield. Representative Leidiger.
Thank you. The sunset commissions have been eliminated, but as I read, there is some sort of a special new hyper sunset group that's going to come together and choose a few things to look at. Can you explain what that is? That seems new, where the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader would come together. Could you explain that, please? Because that's brand new from what I read, and I could be wrong.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I will explain that, but first, could I have a roll call on the adoption when the time comes?
A roll call being requested, seeing 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Murphy.
Thank you. Representative, I can't remember, you said super whatever. That's in the LCC now, and it's in current law now. And one of the reasons that we used in the explanation of eliminating the Sunset Commission was that we were supposed to stop duplication. And just to make sure that it was understood that the LCC Commission, or the LCC on Planning and Fiscal Policy remembers that these functions are part of their duties and that they're going to have to expand their interest in these functions, we thought we'd mention it. And therefore, that's why it's written in there. But it's not anything new, it's current law. Mr. Speaker,
Representative Murphy.
before Representative Leidiger wants to respond, if he does, but please call attention to what I said in my last statement, that if there are questions, Representative Simon, Representative Nelson, Representative Newton, and Representative Purcell, the other conferees, are prepared to answer questions.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, my understanding then is that the Speaker of the House is now head of the Sunset Commission. Is it, or excuse me, is the head of the Legislative Commission on Planning and Fiscal Policy, which is now going to take the place of the Sunset Commission and will review all the bills and agencies to see if they should be sunsetted. That's my understanding of your response. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know who to go to then when we need something axed. I would like to move on with a couple of other things. The other thing in here that we didn't see before was in the Department of Revenue, where they've been given basically a debit card to be used for all the tax refunds. Can you explain how that system is supposed to work again? I don't think that we had that in there before. Representative Murphy, if you would yield, please.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Leidiger. This was a proposal that was brought to us and was in the original bill going out of here, and we had some discussion on the floor. It's a way for the Department of Revenue to save money from printing checks. They're following a similar model as what Social Security is doing in Washington. If you don't have a bank account to put the money into, instead of giving you a check and mailing a check out, and if you know the last few checks we've gotten the last few years when they've sent out checks, they're so small they look like a postcard for some sort of advertisement, and a lot of people threw them away. So their proposal is to go with these debit cards and send those out to people, and they can use these just as a check. They can take them to a bank that takes a Visa card, and they can take all the money out of it. There's not supposed to be fees on it. And we also, in the language, we allow them to do that, and we're going to have the legislative auditor look at the security functions of that. I know Representative Holberg in the discussions we had on the floor, we had an amendment we put on there that wasn't accepted by the Senate side of it, but we put an amendment on there that the legislative auditor will look at the security on these debit cards. And Representative Leidiger and members, this is an authority that the Department of Revenue already had. The bill, what we're doing here is requesting to make sure the legislative auditor audits this function to make sure that there are security features in place with it. So the bill doesn't change any of that. It's authority they already had.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that the credit limit on that card has been increased to $110 million. Am I reading that right? Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was trying to find it here on the spreadsheet. That credit card. There's no increase in the credit card. Those debit cards will be, if you get a $500 refund, Representative Leidiger, and you don't want it automatically deposited in your check, you'll get a debit card worth $500 that you can spend wherever you want. And it's just a debit card. It's like a gift card you would buy at a store for a present to somebody, and there's a set amount on there. The card that you get would have whatever your refund was. And that's not an increase It's not an increase in borrowing or anything like that. This is money that you are owed. And this helps with, I think the 110 you're talking about has to deal with the OET cash flow that they have in the bill here. That's a different part of the bill. The OET requested as a way to manage their cash flow, make sure they have money for their payroll, because we've quadrupled the size of the OET, because now all the technical people, the IT people that work for the state of Minnesota are all now part of the OET, or is now called Minute, and they were having trouble with their cash flow in their account for their payroll, so they're requesting the authority for MMB to borrow money to them that they're going to pay back. And this is something we've done. This is an internal transfer. It's not raising our credit limit at all. It's just money moving inside. It's giving the authority that if they are short in their payroll account, that they can borrow money into that account so that the payroll checks don't bounce, and they're going to pay that back at the end, within the budget cycle. So it's just moving money around internally within the accounts of the management and budget.
Representative Leiter.
Thank you, Representative Nelson, and that's right. It is in the OET. I was reading that wrong. Members, I'll just summarize. It's more money than what was originally requested, at the tune of about $32 million. It is this kind of spending, without regard to who's paying the bill, it is unsustainable. And I think that is reason enough not to adopt this report. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kahn yield to some questions on Section 29, starting on page 14?
Representative Kahn will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, I'm seeing some things listed in here. Basically, the Minneapolis retirement, the Teachers Retirement Association, and on the following page, the St. Paul Teachers Retirement Fund and Duluth Teachers Retirement Fund. It seems to me that in the pensions bill, there were funds that went into these areas. So how many different places have we been putting money in here? And can you tell me the total that have gone into those 4 funds?
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, this is, Representative Murphy could do this just as well as I can. This is ongoing appropriations. This is statutory language. So it was in Maury Lanning's bill. It was in Representative Seifert's bill, and so forth. There's nothing new about this. This is just the continuing basic appropriation from the state for these funds.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, I'm not seeking who to blame. I'm trying to get information. And the information I'm trying to find out is to be able to, judge this. And I'm seeing it across several bills. I'm trying to find out how many different places are we putting funds into from, and then how much total are going into these funds. Because frankly, I don't think it's very transparent then that every few days lately I've been seeing money going in to try and prop up these funds, and we keep hearing, well, it's just a little bit, or it's been ongoing, or we're just adding it for a couple years. Frankly, I'd like to know, what we're doing here, especially since, you've got millions into several different accounts. So I'm not seeking blame. I'm not trying to say, well, we haven't made mistakes in the past, and frankly, I know we have, and we're not alone. I'm trying to find out how much money are we putting them into these retirement funds, in what different bills? So we've got the pensions bill. We obviously have the state government finance bill. Are there any other bills? And then what is the total into the St. Paul Teachers Retirement Fund, the Duluth Teachers Retirement Fund, the TRE, and the Minneapolis Employees Retirement Fund? Mr. Speaker, if the representative would yield to answer the questions that I asked her to yield to before.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, this is an ongoing appropriation. You can go back, I guess, and add it up year after year. There were some new appropriations for new things that were done in the pension bill this time, but you know, I don't know how far back you want to go. We have these are like you could ask how much has it cost to run state government since 1875, and you'd go back and add up all those things from the appropriations bills. I mean, we have a biennial budget for a reason, and these are the amounts that are standardly appropriated as the state share of these pension funds. Remember, in pensions in Minnesota, only about 1.6% of the state budget, and that's because we've kept them solvent with these continual appropriations. So that 1.6% of the state budget is a number you can fixate on if you want to.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I will give up on finding out how much this year we're putting in there. And like I said, I'm not after blame. I'm just after trying to understand in all these different, because I'm not on all the committees, where we got some in this bill, some in that bill, etc. You know, why can't we have someone answer how much total is put in there? But apparently that's a difficult question to get answered. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the chair of the committee, the chief author of the bill, would yield to a question.
Representative Murphy will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, it appears that there's a $110 million credit line from MMB for IT pardon me, it's been a long few days. Consolidation cash flow account. It didn't seem, from what I've heard, that this was heard in the House. Where did this come from, and can you enlighten me on this $110 million credit line?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, this was the question that Representative Nelson just talked about 5 minutes ago. The minute, which was the OET, until Representative Kahn's bill is signed and Representative Downey's bill was signed, we're changing OTET to minute. And part of that transfer of all the technical components of all the departments in this are put into the new minute. Their cash flow account needs a regular loan about once a year from MMB, and that 110 is a larger number than they had to use before when they were a smaller organization. But because all the state agencies are going to have members of the IT staff within their agency, but they will be minute employees, that growth necessitates an expansion of money, which is $110,000 from MMB. And MMB said that that was a true figure and they could complete the loan if called on when Minute needs it for mostly meeting payroll purposes. And everyone, including the governor's office, agreed that 110,000 or million, what is it, million, it was about the right figure, and it could be managed by MMB. And they said okay, Minute said okay, and we are just approving it. But it's a loan, and they have the capability of meeting that loan then to help Minute in this new endeavor.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murphy. I don't know if it was the acoustics or the explanation, but I was unclear from the previous discussion, and thank you for answering the question and doing a good job and enlightening me. And I want to thank you for the work you've put in on this bill. Even though I may not agree with, I do appreciate the effort that was done. Thank you.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I did too, Representative Quam, I did too want to address your previous question about why we have that appropriation for the state retirement plans. And that's because there are accounts. We have about 32 that I can, if my memory serves, I think 32 accounts. And the state retirement plans are part of our accounts. So the portion of money that you see on pages 14 and 15 for retirement are the regular financial accounts that a finance committee would have for that, whoever is their host. We are the host for the pension plans in state government.
Any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the motion to adopt the conference report. Clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Conference Committee.
Third reading, Senate File 1589 as amended by Conference Committee.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take...
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm just going to rise to talk briefly. Members, this bill, I think, is indicative, especially one item in here, of some of the waste and misplaced priorities we've seen this session. We have in this bill still the Nellie Stone Johnson bust or statue that's a $30,000 expenditure of other people's money to put additional artwork of a Democrat Party icon in the Minnesota State Capitol. Members, this is not the type of priorities that Minnesotans expect from this body. They expect one where we will set the priorities of government around the priorities of the people, priorities of government that meet the needs of government rather than extravagant paybacks and these types of paybacks that we are seeing, these types of ideological or party contributions to the state capitol. So members, really frustrated to see this in here. It is an excess and an example of the type of wasteful spending and misplaced priorities in this overall budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Murphy, would you like to close on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to, I forgot one little thing. And I don't want to incite anyone, but when the bill went out, we thought we had 37 FTEs, new ones. But as it come back, we have 18. So, indeed, we did a good job.
Okay. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is a Johnson B. motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 228, an act relating to public safety. Johnson B. moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 228 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill deals with intentionally set arson wildfires. The Senate used Rule 45 and inserted their most current language. In reading the bill, there is no major change in this bill, and I move to concur.
Any discussion to the motion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 228 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 12 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to. Members, we're going to revert to introduction and first reading of House files.
Introduction and first reading of House File 1862.
First reading, House File 1862.
Did you get that? We only need 70 copies. We'll do the same thing we do for copies. I mean,
oh yeah.
oh, we didn't take those, did we? Senate File 1664, the Revisor's Correction Bill. Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, Freiberg moves that the rule therein be suspended and urgency be declared so that the rules of the House be suspended so that 1664 be given its second and third reading.
On the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Second reading of Senate Bill.
Second reading of Senate File 1664.
Second reading. Representative Freiberg.
This is the technical corrections bill. You should vote for it.
The clerk will have a third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1664.
Third reading. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There are 127 ayes, 3 nays. The bill is passed and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of non-controversial resolutions right here and on your desks. The clerk will take action on those. Those motions prevail. Representative Murphy.
I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon Tuesday, February 25th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that the House adjourn today. It adjourns to when she just said. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. House stands adjourned until